Hello again, I am Jim Bob, and welcome to the start of Season 4 of Brabham in Creator Team here on the PS5. Tonight, we change our driver lineup, we reveal a new livery, a new title sponsor, and we get our Season 4 underway. But first, we have to close out the end of Season 3, the end of Season 2026. So, we won both titles with a little bit to spare. We couldn't quite win the fight for third place with George. We had to settle for fourth in the end. And this is the end of George's career with us. We will be replacing him at the earliest possible opportunity. It starts at Season 4. Obviously, we've got to wait for contracts to go through. We have got a couple of new drivers joining us already. And I put a poll up on the community tab, which has now ended. And it was to decide whether we replace George with the incoming rookie driver, Kimi Antonelli, who's joining us as an affiliate alongside Abby Pulling, or whether we make a bid for Max and rescue him from his current hell at Williams. And you voted for Kimi Antonelli. So we will go with Kimi Antonelli to partner Oscar Piastri. I wasn't sure what his rating was when I posted the poll. I've had a look since. I said I thought it was 82. It's actually 86. So he's only a couple of points lower than George currently is right now. Let's also show you our current affiliates. You can see the lack of Tommy. I have fired Tommy Smith. We just don't need 5 affiliates next season. We're hoping that Christian will make the step up into F2. We've got Jack Doohan, who is our main sort of development driver now. Let's see. He is currently on car development, as you can see. We're going to leave him on that. We're going to keep training up Jack. We're going to keep training up Christian to develop his skills. And then obviously we'll try and focus on improving skills for Kimi, whether he gets into the team immediately or has to wait a couple of months. And we'll probably do the same with Abby as well. I haven't decided whether I want to put her on a focus other than stats yet, so we shall see how that goes. How you doing, Dino? How you doing, Wally? How you doing, everyone else who is watching in the chat, lurking away? Please feel free to say hello. We don't bite here. Let's progress to the end of the season. So, the Martini branding has gone. The car is blank as we prep for the new livery, the new sponsors. Let's advance time, the end of the season, and the start of the new one. So we have the 2026 championship for both drivers and constructors wrapped up. Our new target is to win the Constructors' Championship. And then the long-term target is also to win the Constructors' Championship. We are going to accept those challenges. There we go. So let's take a look. We are 7.2 million in debt, which isn't too bad because that's with the engines taken out already. When you consider that in previous seasons we've been like 20 million. 15 to 20 million in debt by this point. So that's a nice healthy boost. We will be able to get some money from the sponsors pretty immediately. So we'll have some money to play about with. I do want to try and improve our funding throughout the season rather than all at the beginning of the year. So we'll see what sponsors are available and make our choices based on that. So now you can see the prize money that we got, 6.2 mil incoming. That's our first payment. We will obviously earn more than that, but that is our first trickle. As you can see, it's paid out in monthly installments. So that's a nice, good chunk of change to come in per month as prize money there. The board payment, 8.4 mil. That's just the opening payment. I think the rest of the payments from the board will be a lot less than that. Facilities-wise, we're paying out 1.4 mil, 5 mil in staff. We've got to pay 14.2 mil to develop the car, and that also, I think, covers engines. And then our entry fee, because we were champions, we have to pay a lot higher entry fee than the previous season. So totaling altogether, we've got 14.6 mil coming in, 26.8 mil going out. Leaves us with a negative 7 mil. Let's take a look at the technical regs. So we know there are some changes. We've got quite nice changes, as you can see, prepped into our chassis. We're going to gain about 10% across the board when you take the two deductions out for the airflow and the drag. For the front wing, we're gaining a little bit, 3.5 to 5%. For the rear wing, a little bit more, 4.5 to 6%. The side pods also affected by reg changes. That is a 10% loss to airflow and drag. We've covered that off. So we're only going to get a small gain here, maybe about 4%, 3 to 4% across the board on the side pod, but we covered off the losses, which was the important thing. Underfloor, again, we're going to gain somewhere around about 4% on the underfloor, and then with the suspension, somewhere in the region of around 5%, plus or minus a little bit. So we're gaining on every single part, which is quite nice. Into the finances for Season 4. So you can see the prize share has been amended for this season. So we got 87.1 mil in total for winning the Constructors' Championship last season. This season, if we can do that again, which is obviously our target now, we will earn 90.5 mil. So it's worth an extra 3.4 mil, those financial changes, if we can replicate our success. In terms of sporting regs, there are no changes to the pole position point or fastest lap or double points. Points allocation remains the same. Testing limits remain the same as well. However, we are going back up in terms of the number of gearboxes, ERSs, and engines as well. So we'll have 5, 3, and 4 as opposed to the 4, 2, and 3 that we had to suffer and struggle with in last season. And we've used Renault engines, we've used Ferrari engines, we've used Mercedes engines. We're going to use Red Bull engines this year. They are less durable, as you can see, substantially less durable than the Mercedes engines that we currently have. More powerful, a little bit more fuel efficient, slightly cheaper as well. We're going to save 0.25 mil on the upfront cost, and then we're going to pay out ever so slightly less. 0.07 mil per month cheaper as well. So we'll go with those engines just to see what they are like. How you doing, Victor? And there we go. We are in and prepped. So let's dive straight into our inbox. So that's the 26 performance and the 27 performance. There you can see the car has improved everywhere. No drops in performance at all, because we covered everything off quite nicely with our research there. How you doing, Farah? How you doing, Packins? Good to see you. Timed it very nicely. Let's see. Car development is now open. We'll be taking a good look at that in just a moment. We also have our first ATR period already open, so we can start allocating out some of those hours if we want to. Let's see. We definitely have a lot less hours to play with this year. And our pit crew performance has gone down a little bit, but not too badly, actually. I think we were, around the high 70s, 78, 79, I think, with our stats. Looks like we've only dropped a few points in some areas. A few more in the speed, but not bad. I was kind of worried that we would see a big regression in our pit crew there, but they have actually held together very nicely indeed. All right, so it's time to reveal the branding for this season. So let's put in the new livery. You can see I've already changed the team colors. And change the driver suits. And change our logo. There we go. We have backing from Camel this year. So there is the new car. In fact, let's get to car livery and do it that way. There we go. Complete with the number 1 for Oscar Piastri being the world champion. And that is just waiting for sponsors to go on. But that is our car for season 4. What do you think? Very bold choice of yellow. Should look quite nice against the rest of the grid, I think. Right, let's get into the car analysis. So we currently have the fastest car, which is very nice. DRS, middle of the pack. Downforce, pretty good. Pretty good. We are 5th and 5th in the low and the high speed. Middle of the pack in the medium. Dirty Air, definitely one of the better cars there. We've got the best tyre wear. We've got middle of the pack engine cooling. Obviously, there's weight to be taken off this car, but it's still looking very good. Very good indeed. So let's see how the rivals look. Let's take a look at the back of the grid first of all. Let's start with Aston. So Aston's car is middle of the pack in terms of speed and acceleration. Poor DRS, very poor downforce, very bad cooling as well. How much are they actually down? Well, in terms of speed, less than a kilometer. That's not too bad, but they are mid-pack, let's not forget. So cars that are worse in straight line speed or top speed could be significantly slower. We'll have to see when we get to them. The downforce is quite interesting to see. It's not that massive, all things considered. You know, our advantage there. The dirty air tolerance is quite nice. 13th, 3rd to 17th is around 5.5%-ish. Tyre wear, 1st to 15th is around about 7%. That's not too bad. That's not too bad at all. How you doing, Daniel? Good to see you. Yes, I loved the absolute thrashing last season. And I've realised that this might reveal some driver stuff. So we'll actually do the sponsors before we come back to this. Let's see who we've got. We've got Loma, Valmondo, and VONV. And do we go with Loma? Do we go with Mondo? Let's go with Loma for now. Want to try and make sure we get high funding in engagement and race day this year. But we do need to get some upfront money. A, to clear the little bit of debt that we got, the 7 mil of debt. And B, to be able to immediately start working on the car as well. Plus, we also have to potentially fund a driver transfer too. So let's see what we've got in terms of sponsor options for secondaries. So looking for the best value ones. We're going to stick with MMOX. Roger is one that's worth looking. Ooh, hot lap experience. That's not one we've had before. 3 of those throughout the season. We want to try and make sure we're putting in some of those as well, if we can. Some sponsor activities, because they're usually worth a nice little bit of extra cash. Who else have we got? That's 85. Eurowire could come back for us. Let's take a look. We'll go with, it's the same there for Vulture, but it's a bigger payout on the engagement and race day stuff for potential funding. So we're going to go with Vulture. Plus, don't really want to have 2 separate competing fuel companies if at all possible. Henrik is a good one. They will give us an extra mil in upfront, an extra 4.7 mil in engagement, an extra 1.4 in race day, and a wind tunnel hire. So we'll go with that. And plus, they also give us a nice staff development rate boost as well. Let's see. Henrik is not good for a facility boost. Henrik actually makes your facilities worse. But I get what you mean, Dino. Eurowire could be a nice one for a bit of extra upfront cash. Abeos, we've had them before. That one will give us a CFD simulator thing there. Aptrid will increase our engagement nicely. Don't really want to do that one. I think we go with Aptrid. It means we've got 2 separate cryptocurrencies on the car, but it does mean we'll get nice figures across the board for engagement, I think. Right, let me confirm those. These guys are going to want driver activity. Let me just take a screenshot of those so I remember them. But when we come to put them on the car, let's do that now. So I've already got some sponsors in position, just waiting to be changed for the right thing. So let's just put the colors in so we can actually see them first of all, and then we can start updating and refreshing these. Don't want anything in that slot. Change color. Just put something in there like that. And then change that as well. There we go. So that's the sponsor positioning for the car. So not overly cluttered, I think. A little busy at the front in terms of the front wing, but not that busy on the nose. Normally we have multiple sponsors very close together on the nose. Gone for a slightly different look there. We've got 2 on the rear wing, and then quite clean on the side of the car, just 3, including the camel branding on the main block, and then we've got 1 near the sponsor, the driver number as well. So quite nice. Nice and understated. Not much going on the top part of the car by the front as well. So let me take a look at our sponsors. So our main sponsor is Loma. All right, so let's swap out Vela for Loma. That one makes sense. Change. There we go. We will go black. Yeah, go to standard color there. We'll just shrink that one down a little bit. 70. That doesn't look good on the front wing. So let's already put that back in, hasn't it? Okay, let's change that back to Vela for now. Okay. Let's put it on the side of the wing instead. There we go. We will put it on the Vela on the engine cover. Like so. Yeah, that looks good there. All right, who else have we got? We've got Henrik again, haven't we? We've got Vulture, Roger, Mox, and Aptrid. All right, so let's go back to the front of the car. Mox is already here. That's excellent. So we don't need to worry about Mox. They're already there. Let's change the AVD for Vulture. And then I just need to offset that because it looks wonky just because the writing is off center. So now the bird is slightly off center, but it's at least it looks a little bit clearer, a little bit cleaner. We'll push that. You know what? Let's put that somewhere else. Where is the Henrik? Where is that Henrik? It's not that one. Has to be in here somewhere, doesn't it? No, it's there. That's what it is. So we're going to put Vulture there. There we go. Let me catch up with the chat. Do I think anyone will challenge me for the title this year? Maybe. We shall see. We don't know what's going on with driver changes yet. We haven't looked. We don't know who's going to be using what engines. Could be some challenges from unexpected places. We'll just have to wait and see. Who knows? Williams could even have a really good car. Max could suddenly find some form again. It all depends on how well they've done their research over the off season and what engine suppliers they've gone with, I think. Let's throw Henrik there for a moment. Okay, so we've got Vulture just on that box there. Looking for Roger Coin, Henrik, Aptrid. Okay, they're the three I need to put in. So let's go to ML Tech. Need to put something along here. Roger Coin might be a bit too... Oh, yeah, that's a bit too big. What does it look like? We take that away. Oh, actually, that doesn't look too bad. We could maybe get rid of the veil altogether. No, let's not go with that one. Let's go with Aptrid. There we go. Those silhouettes. We'll shrink that down a little bit. Henrik's on the car. Let's put Henrik here. And then that one will change for Broker. Center that back up again. Oh, actually, that is quite narrow. I'll put that on the front underneath MMOX instead, I think. Instead of that one there. So let's change the Roger like that. And then we can make that larger. Let's go 110. There we go. So another quick check. Aptrid, MMOX, Vulture, Roger, Henrik, and Loma. Yes, let's. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and Loma makes 6. Yeah, there we go. So I need to think what I'm going to replace Vela with, and that will probably be. Where is Vela? There it is. Probably be Henrik. There we go. So we've got our front of the car sorted. Let's move on to the side. Main title sponsor is Vela. Should probably put them on the side here, which means we'll have to put something else on the bit where the number is. Maybe the crypto coin. A little bit of a rotation on that. Let's shrink it down to 80%. What do we think? That what about if we changed it for Roger coin? That actually looks cleaner. Yeah, I like that. That looks cleaner. We'll leave Loma on the side then. Henrik is fine. We can leave that where it is. Maybe just punch it up a spot. This needs to change. This is on the rear wing. I'll come to the rear wing in a second. Let's get this one changed out. Let's put Aptrid in there. Just shrink that one down a little bit. move it to there. Let's maybe increase the size of the Loma a little bit. Yeah, there we go. All right, moving on to the roll bar. At the top, the halo. I don't know what it's called for a minute then. We'll change Vela for Loma. We'll leave that as is. Let's change the AVD for Vulture. We need to shrink that down a little bit. It's too much. There we go. And then we need to change the ML tech as well. This needs to change. Let's go with Loma on here. There we go. And then we need to change ML tech. And I think a bit more Henrik will do quite nicely there. I'm going to shrink it down a little bit. Don't want the rear wing to look too busy. And we're going to reposition Vulture a little bit as well. Back to there. There we go. There is our car. Oh, we haven't got much in the way of MMOX on here, have we? Just realised we've got it on the front nose, and that's it. All right, let's put MMOX on the rear wing instead of Henrik. Can't believe I missed out MMOX. All that. There we go. So there is our car for the new season. Now we have to do the same for our overalls. This is always the most time-consuming part of a new season, is setting up all the sponsors in the right spots and exactly as you want them. Again, luckily we have a lot of sponsors already positioned. Who's on the back of the rear wing? It's the camel from the camel logo, not the word, the actual animal. I just thought that would be a fun touch. I'll show you again a little bit later. And nothing on the back. And then here. Go. All right, so MMOX still with us. Aptrid still with us. Bansana has gone. So we're going to change Bansana out for Luma. And then we'll change out Eurowire for who was I going to change that out for? Okay, I was going to change that out for. Oh yes, Roger. There we go. There we go. So that's our front done. Just need to change the neck. And let's put Aptrid on the neck. No, I've already got Aptrid on the chest. All right, we'll change Aptrid on the chest to Henrik. There we go. Right, onto the back. We will throw on a vulture on the back. I will get to your questions in the chat. I'm not ignoring you. I'm just don't want to keep losing my place on what I'm trying to do over here. Those like that. Let's change the shoulder for Loma. There we go. I think that's it. Oh, gloves. Let's put MMOX on the gloves. There we go. And I'll put MMOX on the back as well. There we go. Right, so what prompted a driver change? I just wanted to use a driver I haven't used before, which is, you know, I've never used Max and I've never promoted Kimmy into a race seat before. So I thought I'd offer that choice up to you guys and let you see which one would get the nod. And it is going to be Kimmy. There is the back of the rear wing, Dino. It is just the camel. And we are done with our branding. So we're going to advance to pit crew training. Let's take a quick look. So yeah, we've lost a few points, but nothing too bad. We lost maybe 5-6 points on the jacks and stuff, and then a couple more points on the car building. Speed has, what is our speed? 2.2. Chance of mistake has gone up a bit. It was what, 6.5 or so at the end of the year. It's not too far away though. We're going to jump straight in with the best way to remedy New Year's Eve the New Year's Day hangover by spending all day in the gym. Going to get them off to a flying start, whether they like it or not. There we go. We'll give them that day off there. So now we'll go into some car building. We'll go with one more week of solid gym training. Really want to dial in the pit stop speed this year. And now we'll start to work on the skill recovery as well. And that gets us back into well rested for the end of the month so that we are nice and fresh for the start of February as well. Brilliant start. That's going to take 700s off the pit stops. Get us into the 2.1 range. Very nice. Let's go into where are we? What's left to do? Nothing much else. We are going to need to work on training. George looking miserable, unhappy with other staff. Well, tough. You can see Abby has joined us. Let's take a look at Abby's stats. Not bad. They are slightly boosted because she is positive about the team. We will put her on a focus on, I think, maybe short run pace. Let's go with that. Let's go with driving standards. We'll leave her on that for now. We may yet change that later in the year, but I want to give her a start in good performance. This is Antonelli. Again, slightly boosted because he's in positive mentality, but he's already looking a bit of a beast. We are going to keep him very much in driver development. Adaptability is his weakest area. His smoothness is nice, which helps. Yeah, I'm going to leave him on this, I think. Cornering, braking, adaptability, and accuracy. Mainly just to focus on the braking and adaptability, unless they are trainable elsewhere. No, they're not. Not together, they're not. All right, so we'll go short run pace for Kimmy. Christian should be set. Oh, look at that. He's in F2. He's got a seat with Prema. Very nice. We are going to put him into car development this season. So he partners up with Jack in car development. And then Abby and Kimmy working on their skills. Everyone here should be good. Want to make sure they're not working on everything that's already maxed out. Peter. Yeah. Aurelian. Yeah, leave him there. Let's check in with Oscar. Look at his stats. We need to change this up. I guess we work on that. Smoothness, overtaking and defending. Or smoothness, adaptability and accuracy. Let's get him working on smoothness, adaptability and accuracy. George has gained a little bit of positivity. Put him on car development while he's still with the team. Marcus, let's check in with Marcus. Yep, that's good. Tom. Yeah, I still want to leave him there. Okay, we're going to advance one day. Well, 2 days. I wasn't quick enough to stop it. And we go into the roster updates. So, let's take a look at the F1 driver lineups for 2027. Season 4, that's a very, very strong lineup for Red Bull. Charles Leclerc and Esteban Ocon going up against Oscar Piastri and soon-to-be Kimi Antonelli. It'll be interesting to see where George ends up. If he ends up anywhere at all, he might not get back on the grid this year. McLaren have signed Théo Pourchaire to replace Daniel Ricciardo, and who the hell are Masao Mori and Sylvain Petit? Oh, what has gone on with Ferrari? They've hired two absolute rookies. A 56 and a 54. A Ferrari hit bankruptcy. Can they not afford to hire anybody other than the absolute dregs of the rosters? Well, I think we can safely... Well, things might change. If George pops up on the market, they may buy his contract. But what is going on at Ferrari? Oh, my word. McLaren have a very, very dangerous lineup. Look, Pourchaire and Norris, if they can keep their car quick this year, they are going to be a serious threat to us, as well as Red Bull. Oops. I still can't get over that for Ferrari. RB and Mercedes. So, Mercedes have got Ricciardo. He's moved sideways with Pourchaire going in the opposite direction. They've kept Sainz. RB have kept Stroll, and Tsunoda has gone back to RB. Sauber have kept Valtteri, and they've signed Ayumu Uwasa. Aston Martin have got Albon, and they've kept Van Dorn. And Albon's down to just 76 overall. Wow, he has really deteriorated. Haas have kept Liam Lawson and Checo Perez. Alpine have got Zhou and Sargent. That remains unchanged from last season. Williams have remained unchanged as well. Max and Pierre, their driver lineup. All right. F3. Let's see. Did Tommy get a seat this year? Yes, he did. He's racing for Van Amersfoort. There's Abby racing for Campos. Be interesting to see if she can beat Tommy this season. Let's take a look. Christian racing alongside a new gen, John Berg, at Prema. Gabriele Mini and Arvind Lindblad. That's a strong lineup for Invicta. Monica Almeida. This is the thing. Monica Almeida was a rookie in the Ferrari affiliate program. Why didn't they promote her? Why didn't they promote Schwartzman or Behrman? Do they not have those guys anymore? Does anybody have Behrman? Behrman's not in F2. Where is Behrman? Hamilton is off the grid as well. Hear the cheers from here, Farah. Let's have a look. So Oscar's the #1 rated driver. Max still rated #2, but only just. Charles rated #3. Then it's Lando. Then George. Antonelli is all the way up there in 6th place, just ahead of Porsche. Even Tony. Then it's Sonoda, Ocon, Sainz. Hamilton is now an 85 overall. Yeah, his stats have definitely declined. That's his baseline stats. Alonso's off the grid as well, isn't he? Has he finally retired? Then Gasly, Stroll, Bottas. Behrman is in the affiliate program for Red Bull. Oh, Ferrari should have promoted Behrman. There's Lawson. There's Perez. Victor Martin at Williams as an affiliate. Freddie Vestes, Alpine as an affiliate. And Joe, Sargent, Ricardo, Iwasa. And if we keep going down, all the way down, 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 all the way down, there are Ferrari's drivers. Oh dear. Right, we need to scout these guys because I have to see what the hell is going on here. How much are they paying these guys? It's got to be nothing at all, or practically nothing. My God. Driver number 99 and driver number 85. I can't get over that. That is so weird. All right, the technical chiefs. Pierre is still at Red Bull. Enrico is at Ferrari. James Allison's still at McLaren. Pat Fry is still with us. Dan Fallows at Williams. Neil Holdy is at Aston. Andrea Zordo is at Alpine. Jody Egginton's at RB. Matt Harmon is at Sauber. James Keys at Haas. Joanna Pinto is now a free agent. Roberta Santoro is at Mercedes. That's a new hire, I think. 12-month deal. Okay, so that's the technical chiefs. Does not bode well for Mercedes if that's their technical chief. Enrico Balbo is at Mercedes. Oh, that bodes well for them. Diego Tondi at Ferrari. Peter Pedromo's with us. Jared Murphy at McLaren. Guru Joel at Aston. Ian Greggs at Alpine. David Paganelli is at RB. Andres Cinelli is at Sauber still. Dirk de Beer at Williams. Adam Kenyon at Haas. Larry Hartog at Red Bull. That's not good for Red Bull. 12-month deal. They'll be looking to get rid of him, I think, next year. Very, very odd. Bono still with Ferrari. GP at Mercedes. Adami at Red Bull. Mark Slade at Haas. Ben Michel at RB. Looking for any major shocks. Alex Chan is off the grid. Pedro Matos still there with Sauber. James Irwin's still on the grid. Partnered up with Max, I think. We're not hiring Hamilton. right, let's get some car development done. So let's go back to just checking out the competition. Let's start at the top. Ferrari, 7th and 5th in speed. Not great in the downforce. 15th across the board. McLaren, very strong in downforce. How much are we trailing them by? Not too much. Not too much. We have got a fair bit of speed over them, though. We've got almost a kilometre an hour in speed, and we've got a very healthy acceleration difference. So that's encouraging. Red Bull are quick, but are lacking in downforce. Their tyre wear is pretty bad as well. Look at that. Let's take a look at Mercedes. Oh, it's a bad car. It's a really bad car. They've got the slowest car. They've got the second to worst DRS. They've got the worst downforce and dirty air performance across the board. The worst tyre wear. Mercedes have really fallen badly this year. Ooh, would not want to be driving that car. Alpine, slow, average downforce. Williams, this is Max. Not a bad car in terms of where it was last year anyway. Decent speed, 9th, 7th in acceleration. 13th in the low speed's pretty good. 17th in the medium and high is a little worse. They've got good tyre wear though. We could maybe see a bit of a challenge from Max at times, depending on how well they can continue to develop throughout the season. Was that everybody? Did we miss anyone? Yes, we did. Haas have got a pretty decent downforce package, but they are lacking the speed. Like, no team seems to have nailed everything. We're the closest, I think. RB, average speed, decent downforce. Sauber, oh, hello. Look at this. Sauber, 5th fastest car. So that makes them the 3rd fastest team overall. They're only just behind us in terms of speed. They've got better DRS than us. Look at their downforce. It's not by much, though. I mean, we're going to be tacking on a load of downforce in a moment. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how these positionings change, as Aston also have terrible downforce and an average speed. It's going to be interesting to see how these standings change as we reach the first round of the season. Let's get into some development. Let's take a look at our parts by attributes. So the DRS, delta, and engine cooling are abysmal on the chassis, but it has got excellent drag reduction. The front wing is excellent across the board. Perfect front wing. Don't need to worry about that for now. Rear wing needs a little bit of work. Downforce is lacking. Speed and DRS are pretty strong. Side pods, excellent cooling. Everything else lacking a little bit. Underfloor, average to good. Could do with a little bit of a boost. Suspension, bad suspension. So we need to work on a suspension more than anything else, I think. Let's get that up and running first. We want to split the hours, maybe? No, we're just going to drop everything. Our suspension's really bad. I'm going to drop everything into the suspension. We're not going to get huge gains. Don't need to worry too much about tyre wear. We've got excellent tyre wear. Downforce needs to be improved. take a little bit of weight out. There we go. That's our first part there. Underfloor was lacking a little bit. Rear wing as well. I'd like to get a new rear wing going. Quite an expensive part, and that's it for now. Don't have enough for anything else. Let's check in with the facilities. Race sim is too expensive to upgrade at the moment. Really should have thought about that earlier, I suppose. Don't need to worry about anything in here for now. Boardroom can take a running jump. Let's advance time a little bit more. Our factory is finally refurbished. There we go. Back to proper effectiveness. That will help speed up our development a little bit as well. Let's take a look at those scout reports. Oh, wow. They are terrible. These are not Ferrari juniors. These are Ferrari first team drivers. This is the Ferrari lineup for 2027. What are Ferrari doing? Well, at least they're not paying them much. 100 grand for the year. $3,000 bonus if they hit 10th. I think that might even that might be a bit optimistic. My God. Look at the control of Petit. It's 48. It's only, I mean, it's 68 on Mori, which is not good, but it's better. Those guys are going to be crashing so much this year. I don't know what's going on at Ferrari. And this is way beyond Ferrari doing Ferrari things. This is Lamborghini have infiltrated Ferrari and have made all the decisions at the top of the board just to bring the company down from the inside. I still can't get over that. That's crazy. All right, Team Hub upgrade is done. That's now up to level 3. Very nice. That'll help improve our staff even more. Our design center is now upgraded to level 2 as well. That is a big get for us there. George, unhappy with contract bonuses. We need to see if we can now actually promote Timmy. We're still too close. We're still too close to the start of the season. All right. How have our drivers improved? An extra point in adaptability for Oscar. Nothing for George. It's not showing us anything for our affiliates. A bit weird. Evening, Adrian. As we head into the month of February, let's get our training done here. And look at that. this season's actually going to start in March, not February. That's amazing. Once again, we're going to go really heavy with speed training for the first couple of weeks. We can get a solid month of additional training in here. I mean, look, we're down to just 3% at the end of the month, the end of the week. I'm just going to keep going. I'm going to really work them hard for this first period here. And then we'll give them that day off. And we'll come back. 9% fatigue. Now we'll go into the splits. Give them again. You know what? I'm going to go with another full day of gym training there. I guess we're down to 28 there. And then we'll give them a slightly more generous rest period at the end of the month. We'll give them like 2 days off, maybe. Or maybe a day and a half. Day and a half. There we go. So we're taking another 700ths off our estimated pit stop time. So that's down to 2.103. That's nice. Chance of a mistake has been brought back down to about 8.5%. Car building has gone up another couple of points as well. Stat recovery is coming along nicely. We've got some more cash to spend. So let's get some more car parts into development. Let's start now with an underfloor. We want to focus in on our downforce. Medium, probably slightly more than anything else. Take a little bit of weight out again. Nothing too substantial. There we go. And I'm going to wait before I get another one done. I mean, I could just afford it, but then I wouldn't be able to afford to put the suspension into production. So we'll wait on that for now. Let's go to manufacture and actually start building our new suspensions. Not massive gains, unfortunately, but you know, it all adds up. Really need a better suspension simulator. We're going to improve that significantly, I think. Christian Mansell has gained a performance point. Very nice. He's now up to 72 overall. Our rear wing is now ready to go into manufacturing. Let's get that started. And he's moved 1 million left. Kimi Antonelli has increased to an 87. Let's see if we can actually promote him now. Now we are halfway through the month of February. No, it's still too close to the start or end of a season. Is George actually going to get one more race? We'll try again at the end of the month, just before we go to Bahrain. something went wrong with my autosave. That's a little concerning. I have noticed a few little weird visual glitches popping in recently, like the the shrunken overalls there for Jack and Kimmy. Abby's don't look very good as well. You can see a lot of artifacting around the neck. I have noticed some issues in other areas as well. It's almost like the save is trying to degrade. Ooh, money from the sponsors coming in. Very nice. Welcome to the 2027 season. Okay, can we change our driver now, please? No, we still can't promote him up. Still too close. All right, sponsor plan. So these guys like driver activities. So let's give them Abby. Let's go with what do we go with? Let's send the scouts out on a tour. And let's do something with the factory. That will cover us off to give us everything we need. We're going to get 4.65 mil as our base payout just for meeting our target. That's nice. That's very nice. That's a big improvement from last season. Into the inbox, driver development updates, a point for adaptability for George. Once again, it's not showing us our affiliate improvement. Don't know why. Sponsorship package has now been confirmed. There is our underfloor. Let's go and stick that into manufacturing. Again, not massive gains. We could get overhauled here in this season quite quickly because our facilities are still terrible. Let's get a side pod on. We need to work on airflow over engine cooling, I think. Oh no, engine cooling's still pretty bad as well. All right, let's go with that then. We'll take some life out of the side pods. We'll go to a 4.7 on this one. Make the car a little bit more durable than it was last year in places. Once again, we're going to go with an intense build for our first part. This means that our subsequent parts should be better. Another pit crew training. So they should be nicely rested. They are. They're at 0. Excellent stuff. Let's jump in with a day of car building. Let's go with a morning of gym training, and then we're still nicely rested going into Bahrain. And then when we come back from Bahrain, excellent. Busy month, look. 3 Grand Prix to deal with in this month. There we go. And then we can get a bit of split training done here. Maybe a bit more here. Yes, there we go. All right. Training for March is planned in. Now, please, now that we're into March, can I please get rid of George? No, it still won't let me offer him a new deal. That's annoying. So George is going to get one more Grand Prix at least. All right, it's a power circuit here at Bahrain. It's going to be cold, apparently. Well, cold for Bahrain. I mean, 20 degrees. That's nice here. Right, let's take a look at our car with those new parts on it. We've done a new rear wing, haven't we? So let's put that onto the car. We'll put them on car 1 for now. We haven't got the side pods yet. We've got no underfloors yet, but we have got suspensions. So how much have we improved our car by? Probably not a huge amount. Not a lot. We have been caught a bit. Our downforce has definitely slipped a little bit. Our speed has slipped. We are no longer the fastest car. Still got the best tyre wear. Engine cooling is still pretty bad. We've stripped a little bit of weight out of the car, but we're still, not ideally positioned on that. So who are we up against? Is it RB? Is it Red Bull? No. Is it Sauber? Sauber got the fastest car? No. Who have got the fastest? Don't tell me it's McLaren or Ferrari. Who is the quickest? It's Sauber. Oh no, they've only got the upgrades on one car. I don't know who the overall fastest is. Oh, there we go. It's Charles Leclerc, look. Oh boy, that is a very, very scary looking Red Bull in the hands of Charles Leclerc. I think you were saying something about a cakewalk, Farah? Maybe not. Maybe not. Right. Time for targets for the first race of the season. Car is ranked 11th on the grid. Oscar's target is 6th. We're going to go with that. It's worth 975, so just under a mil. 14th ranked on the grid. 10th is the target for George. Let's see how we do.
Welcome to Sakhir. Doesn't it feel good to be back? Every team and driver comes here with the same goal, to win. But that's for the end of the season. For now, they have to prepare to fight for F1 glory. Ferrari are giving this newcomer their first shot at a Formula One race, and it's exciting to see how they'll fare. It's time then for another thrilling weekend of F1 drama.
we may as well get Kimmy used to the car. Let's see. We want soft tires for the first session for both cars. It's normally 17 laps for a run. I'm going to go with just hard tires. We're going to run the entire session. So we want to run 40 laps of fuel. We're going to make one change to the setup, and that's going to be at the end of the session. So I kind of need to get it as close to being right now as we can, if at all possible. So let's go a 4:11, a 7:3. Let's go with that, and we'll go a little bit different over here. So there we go. Let's go 5:11, 5, 6, 4, 3.25, 0.3. There we go. Blue. And send them out. I haven't actually seen this car running in this livery yet, so this will be quite cool. And there is Antonelli coming out.
Radio check.
Yep, that's loud and clear. Radio check.
Oh, radio is loud and clear.
It used to be really easy to see where we are on the map this year. That bright yellow emblem.
Wake up those rear brakes.
Yep.
And this is where we usually find a few weird bugs and issues
Call the PU away.
with our
Copy.
sponsor liveries or sponsor placement. Loma looks okay, could maybe come in a touch. Camel in the middle is fine. Camel on the rear wing looks okay. That's not a bad looking car, if I do say so myself. What's Kimmy's driver number? 79. And of course, Oscar, driver number 1. Right, let's speed him up. We've had our first crash of 2025, and it's a Ferrari. No surprise there. Just drove into the Salpo. And the Ferrari mechanic's like, oh, what have we done? Why did we put this idiot in the car?
How are the tires?
We're happy to slide this tyre a little bit more.
This is going to be such a bizarre season for Ferrari. Absolutely crazy.
Just say what you'd like on the balance.
87, not bad.
Yeah, A4.
Let's see, 85 for Oscar, not bad. Again, definitely room for improvement with both cars, but we want to learn the car parts. So they're just going to run the entire session. Why? I mean, Ferrari had Almeida and Behrman, both of whom have gone into the Red Bull Young Driver program. Why didn't they just promote those two? Behrman would have been good, Almeida would have been decent, and both would have been substantially better than the Gregs that they've pulled out of obscurity to go in their car this year. I mean, you think of some of the drivers out there that they could have gone with. They could have signed Schumacher. A free agent. They could have signed Alonso. Hamilton obviously didn't want to re-sign. They could have brought back Giovinazzi. How have Ferrari gone from having a 7-time world champion and a future world champion in Leclerc as their driver lineup to having two drivers rated in the 50s? I don't get it. I just don't get it. So the only saving grace for Ferrari is that they're on cheap, short-term contracts. It's not like Liverpool did with when they sold Fernando Torres and then immediately spent a stupid amount of money on Andy Carroll, which was a huge waste of money.
Checkered flag is out.
So just one incident all session, and that was Ferrari crashing. Let's take a look at setups. So that'll be an 11.5. Let's push that up a little bit. Actually, let's leave it there. Let's go with that. See how that shakes out. There we go.
Sessions should be starting.
I'm just waiting for the inevitable yellow flag that the Ferrari drivers are going to throw up. I kind of want to see them fighting against each other here. Just morbid curiosity. What a step down. The crazy thing is as well is despite their lack of skill, they'll still probably have some decent pace. It won't be earth-shattering, and I don't think Ferrari are going to be challenging for any podiums, let alone race wins, anytime soon, but I can see them getting their cars into decent positions on a semi-regular basis, only for them to immediately throw them out of those positions by crashing or spinning out, locking up. 90% now for George's car. That's an improvement. 91 for Oscar, so we are slowly edging a little bit closer to the optimal setups. Again, not essential. Now that we have our development boost, will this be Russell's final outing, or will he get through Jeddah as well? Might even get through Melbourne at this rate. We will be putting Antonelli in the car at the earliest possible opportunity. Hopefully that's after this Grand Prix. But somehow I get the feeling Russell's going to be in for Jeddah as well. We wouldn't have to go through this convoluted kind of driver swap situation had we not put that monster brake clause into Russell's contract. Because it would have cost me 88 million to replace him last season to break that contract. Renewing a contract means you don't pay the brake clause. So we can renew a contract with Antonelli. He's got a $20 million brake clause. But because we are not breaking the contract but renewing it and upgrading him to a car 2, that 20 million won't get paid, won't need to be paid. Ditching a driver entirely, that's another thing. So if we were to terminate his contract,
checkered flag,
then we would have to pay the 20 mil. Alright, driver prep is done for Oscar. He's at 100%. We're going to keep going though. I want to keep learning that car. And we're getting a clearer picture of where the car needs to be. We are going to increase that there. That might be it. I'm going to go with medium tyres again. So we're going to have one set of mediums for the Grand Prix and then plenty of softs to carry through into qualifying. and the Grand Prix itself. So let's change the driver options. There we go. And we'll do the same here for George. So that's going to be a 5-5. So we can push that up a bit. Gonna take that back to there. And let's go with that. See how that works out. So again, our pace is going to be really slow because we are massively overfueling the car.
Okay, Oscar. So the track will go green now.
As well as running in the lowest possible speed settings. Oh, I say massively overfueling. We're fueling for the entire session, so we're putting like 40 laps worth of fuel in the car compared to anywhere between 5 and 15, 20 laps per DAI. So our times are going to be way off, but it's practice, doesn't matter. Max is looking a little quick. Let's have a look, actually, while this is going on. Who is using what engines this year? We haven't looked at that yet. So, Ferrari, obviously using Ferrari engines. McLaren have gone Renault. Oh, that might hurt them. Honda have to use... Red Bull using Hondas, have to. Mercedes have to use Mercedes. Alpine have to use Renault. Williams have gone with Ferrari engines this year. Haas have gone for Renault. RB have gone for Renault. Sauber have gone Mercedes. Aston have gone Ferrari. And we've gone Honda. So there are only 2 teams using the Honda engines. That's us and Red Bull. There's only 2 teams using Mercedes engines, Mercedes and Sauber. We've got 1, 2, 3 teams using Renault, 4 teams using Renault, and then 1, 2, 3 teams using Ferrari engines. Renault's a popular engine this year. That's a surprise. That's a big surprise. I wonder if there's a lot of teams that are suddenly strapped for cash. And I do wonder if teams broke the cost cap last year. We had a lot of penalties in the late stage of the season for replacement engine parts. I wonder if that's one of the reasons why Ferrari have had to go with what they've gone with driver option wise, is because they just got massive fines in the cost cap. No improvement for George. That's unexpected. And we've nailed it for Oscar.
Understood, Oscar.
I did make changes to George's setup, didn't I? Yeah, because it's given me feedback. I wouldn't have had feedback if I hadn't changed it. It would just give me the straight percentage. Yeah, those Saubers could be a very, very interesting
There's a yellow flag.
team. Oh, Ricciardo with a spin.
Now this is what happened as they
In
took
Impedia
turn
Wonder?
8.
Yeah, Ferrari.
That's the
I
moment
don't know
they
what they've
lose
done.
it. In the end,
I don't know
just
why.
a
I know what they've
helpless
done. I just don't know why they've done it. 10 minutes left for the first practice of the year to be concluded. We've got a lot of miles put on the car already. Up to 73%, 75% car part knowledge. I'm surprised that's not higher than that, to be honest. Oh, idiot. I forgot to put the new parts on the other car. That's why it's not higher. That should be over 90%. It should be way over 90%. I forgot to put the new parts on car 2 after we did the comparison. Well, at least I noticed that before we got into qualifying. I was looking at that car part and I was thinking, why isn't that higher? We had one driver learning those parts rather than 2. Well, we could have even had maybe up to 100% on the car part knowledge. Ah, dear, dear, dear.
Welcome to qualifying. Let's find out if all that practice will pay off for the drivers.
Bahrain's track is dusty and abrasive, and even under the floodlights, qualifying is tough on soft tyres. Teams will need to use their tyre allocations wisely.
So as we head into this qualifying session, Karun, how do you think Lando's going to be feeling?
We saw them set an impressive lap time in practice, so it's a great start as they move into qualifying. But as we all know, a good performance in practice doesn't guarantee success over the rest of the weekend.
You're going to want to join us for this, folks, so fasten your seatbelts.
Right, let's fix that error before we go any further. There we go. So, where did we go wrong then on George? Ah, I see. Go a little higher on the front wing then. Dial that back to... I'm going to have to dial that back even more. I'm going to push that back up to a 5. That has to end up about there, so we need to correct it there. That's too much of a check. Where is it? No, maybe about right. Push that up to there. That should improve the car a little bit. Not that he needs it, but you know, just for my own pride and ego, be nice to get that car up to 100 or at least very close to it. And let's send them out for opening qualifying. We are at the far end of the pit lane. And now we're going to get a really good look at just how slow Masao Mori is. Because he's going to be the first car on track to set a time. We're going to ride on board with the world champion.
So all clear ahead.
Murray has started his flying lap. Now Russell has, and now Oscar has.
Drive straight out, drive straight out.
Got Porsche and Ocon on track as well, so we'll get an early indicator of the pace of the McLaren and the Red Bull as well. Out of turn 10, down the second DRS straight. Into 11. Through 12, into the second, well, ending of the second sector, into 13. And now the run to the final double right-hander to end the lap. Turn 14 and turn 15. And Murray's 2 seconds slower than George.
Delta negative.
Sonoda 3/10 slower than George. Oscar a 10th quicker.
Delta negative at the end of the lap.
Normal fuel save on the lap.
Now, we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. He may have been held up with traffic. I don't think he was, though. I think he was just 2 seconds slow. Yeah. All right, let's keep an eye on Petit when Petit comes out of the pits. There he is. Norris goes through on a flyer. Here comes Perez. So let's see if Lawson actually catches Petit by the time he gets to the end of the lap. Because he might do. I'll leave you with this. I will be back in just a second. So, yeah, the Ferrari is slow, both as a car and with driver. Look at this. Lawson all over him. He is half a second slower than Murray. Ferrari are going to be at the back of the grid this year. Oh, dear. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Ocon is in P2. Norris is only a couple of tenths slower than George. We're not going to run again. We don't need to. The Ferrari is rooted to the bottom here. Iwasa 18th. Bottas gets up to P8. this might be something we have to think about. It's maybe at the end of the year we leave our team and go to Ferrari to try and rescue them, because oh my word. Bottas goes P2. Porsche's up there, Ocon's up there, Leclerc's up there. I mean, he's going to be our biggest rival this year, Charles Leclerc. Gasly up in P8. Where's Max? P12. Lando P10. And the Ferraris did finish absolutely rooted to the bottom, a second slower than Iwasa. Oh dear. Oh dear, Ferrari. It's going to be so weird seeing Ferraris at the back of the grid. So weird.
Sessions should be starting.
So we're going to whiz through the rest of qualifying, because we've been going for 2 hours now already, and we haven't even started the race yet. Russell, a 128.4.
Negative.
Oscar,
And we will box.
slower by 0.05 of a second.
P2. And Oscar, that's a nice lap.
Keep an eye on Charles here.
Look after the fuel on the way in.
Copy.
6,000 slower than Oscar. Evening Cloud. Problems for Max. He's going to need to go again. We're going to stay in the pits. No need to run again. Which means we're going to have 3 new sets of tyres, I think. 3 new sets of softs for the Grand Prix. We'll only need 2. So we'll have a spare one in case there's a safety car. Leclerc now goes top. Norris up into 4th. Both Ferraris are... Oh, God, yeah. You've missed the whole saga of what's going on with Ferrari. They have replaced the outgoing Charles Leclerc and Lewis Hamilton with 2 drivers who are both ranked less than 60. They're like mid-50s. And they finished 21st and 22nd in Q1, a second slower than 18th place, than 20th place. Yeah, what the hell? It's bizarre. Utterly baffling. Are they bankrupt? This is my theory: is that they massively broke the cost cap and have struggled for finances as a result. That's the only thing I can think of as to why they didn't at least sign someone. And like I said, they could have signed so many drivers, like Mick Schumacher, for example. They could have brought Mick Schumacher back. They could have brought Alonso in. They could have brought Giovinazzi back. They could have promoted Ollie Behrman. Instead, he's gone and joined Red Bull's Young Driver program. They could have promoted Monica Almeida, and she's gone and joined the Red Bull Young Driver program instead. I don't even know if Ferrari have any juniors. I didn't even think to check that.
Warm the tyres where you can.
They might be completely bankrupt. They might not even have any juniors. Their drivers are being paid. What was it? 100,000 for the entire season. With a 3K bonus if they can get into the top 10. And, on current pace, they're going to struggle to get into the top 15.
That's currently P1.
So, it's a 1-2 for now.
Copy.
On scrub tyres. We'll put on a set of brand new softs.
P2.
And prep up for the pole position shootout at the end of the session.
Oscar pit then.
stop in front of the garage.
Charles Leclerc sneaking out behind George Russell there. That means he might well be on for pole position. And Porsche sneaking out behind Oscar. In the past, we've always tried to go out behind another car. We can't do that now. We're at the far end of the pit lane. So we can't wait for someone else to go. We have to go whenever we think it's the right time now. Can't try and sneak out behind one of the quicker cars further up the pit lane. You like the camel livery? Yeah, I wanted to try a camel car. And if you want a camel livery of your own, the tutorial is available on the channel. That's if we do a season 5, Farah. There's no guarantee we will do a season 5 on this file. We might do.
All clear ahead. Good to go.
Drive straight out.
Let's go.
Yellow flag. Who locked up?
Yeah.
Ocon.
Now we're just proceeding through turn 4.
This is at the start of his push lap,
And the car fails to respond.
so he
But
won't
that's
be
just the
threatening
risk you
for
take.
pole.
The late...
Russell's improving. Hasn't gone purple though. Oscar hasn't improved. Who had set the purple first sector then? Norris improves up to P4. It's going to be Max across the line next. He's not improving at the moment. Then Valtteri. No improvement for George in the middle sector. Oscar goes purple in the middle sector. Oh, Max has already crossed the line. He's boxed. So he's confirmed P5 for now. Bottas P6. Here comes George. George stays P2. Ocon stays P3. Leclerc improves up to P3. Piastri stays P1. No improvement overall. Porsche improves time but not position to go P5. Norris has already done a lap, and Sargent, I think, is on a lap still. Yes, he is. Can he get in front of Tsunoda? Or maybe even further than that? Is Max cooking in his Williams? We don't know yet. The Williams is definitely a bit more capable this year, but we shall see. Sargent does find 0.7 of a second, but he still ends up 10th, a couple of tenths behind Tsunoda. And that is your top 10 for the very first Grand Prix of 2027. Oscar from George, then Leclerc from Ocon, Porsche from Norris, then it's Max, Valtteri, Tsunoda and Sargent. So it's 2x2 for the first 3 rows. Brabham on the front row, Red Bull on the second row, McLaren on the third row, and they are the 3 teams that are going to be fighting it out for the constructors this year, I believe. Especially with the driver lineups that they have. And let's not forget, George will be getting replaced at the earliest possible opportunity with Kimi Antonelli, which will mean a temporary drop in overall rating from an 88 with George to an 86 with Antonelli. But Antonelli's still young, will improve very quickly.
Here in Sakhir, the floodlights are on, and it's nearly time for 57 laps around the Bahrain International Circuit.
Bahrain has seen some of the most dramatic races in F1, like Sergio Perez's incredible 2020 victory, surging ahead from being last on the opening lap.
The Bahrain International Circuit is a challenging track, and the cars routinely have to brake from high gear to low to take the narrow turns. With the need for downhill braking, the risk of locking up is one drivers will need to manage. It's all about focus and balance to get victory here. The excitement is building, there's electricity in the air, but there's no surprise in that. It's race day.
You think Ferrari will win both championships, drivers and constructors? What are you smoking, and can I have some? Okay. Ba-bum, ba-bum, bum, bum, ba-bum, bum. All right, strategies are set. Gonna take 2 laps of fuel out. And we are ready to send them to the grid for the start of the 2027 season at the Bahrain Grand Prix.
The anticipation is really building here. The fans in attendance are absolutely buzzing with excitement. And here's George Russell, focusing on the race ahead of him.
They're in second place on the grid, but that could so easily change in the first few seconds after lights out.
That's an ugly tearing of the livery
And the
again.
time has come. Let's go racing. Here we go with the Bahrain Grand Prix. And it's lights out and away we go.
All right, not many cars starting on the mediums. Us, Ocon, Tsunoda and Sargent, everyone else starting on the soft tyres. It's a good start from Charles Leclerc. He gets past George. And so does Porsche. You see Leclerc immediately going on the attack against Oscar. He is going to be the big threat this year. That Red Bull already looked pretty scary, at least on paper. And Charles Leclerc, very, very highly rated driver. Evening, Tony. I think I said hello to you, but hello anyway, just in case I didn't. So it is the 2024 champion, no, the 25 champion versus the 26 champion at the start of this race. And Leclerc is looking up the inside. And he's going to get that move done. Or is he? Can we out-drag him down the straight?
DRS enable.
George is getting a nice toe here.
Leclerc is the car behind.
Can he get through against Porsche? Just loses out on the acceleration, and Leclerc has gone through. We're saving the battery.
There are opportunities ahead.
If this continues like this, I'm going to be able to overtake.
Keep your head down.
Max in 6th place. Bottas has dropped down to 9th. Are we going to see Max returning to regular point scoring this year? And if Williams can just kick on with their car a little bit, could we even see them returning to the podium? You're liking the design, Clark. It's a natural evolution of the 1991 Lotus Camel. You know, that was just plain yellow with camel branding. I just rejigged the sponsoring positioning a little bit and then added some blue to offset a pure yellow car. I didn't want to just copy paste the Lotus livery. I wanted to tweak it a little bit.
Overtaking is very, very difficult.
Deep breath.
We still haven't touched our battery yet, and Leclerc has not been able to break away from us. We will unleash that in a lap or two, unless Leclerc tries to bolt from us this lap. She's looking like he might be trying to do, actually. Let's turn our batteries on now, then.
Use to deploy.
Perfect.
Through goes Oscar. George again having to tuck in behind Teo.
Lovely stuff.
And we're dropping Ocon,
Great work, Oscar.
who has Max behind him. Let's see if Max can get through here. It says a lot that I'm kind of cheering on Max this year. I want to see him, return to point scoring. I don't want to see him challenging for the title, but I want to see him returning to competitiveness.
You are the fastest man on track.
As he gets up past Ocon into 5th place, he will be giving up the DRS. Leclerc goes back in front of Oscar. Teo gets back in front of George.
No hop done.
And we have not been able to break away.
Recharge you on, please. Copy.
George does get through, though.
Charge the pack.
So we roll.
Good job. So currently P3. So next car will be Piastri.
And Max has just about got himself into DRS range now. But Ocon slips through anyway into braking into turn 10. To turn 11.
George, recommend we start bringing the battery pack up.
Let George move on through.
Overtake available.
Okay, Oscar, recharge on.
Yep. Copy. Use overtake. Copy.
The Ferrari's languishing at the back. Petit 2 seconds off the back of Stroll. We have a yellow flag. Is it a Ferrari? No, it's not. It's Van Dorn.
But this is what happened. Now we're down at turn 9. And wide they go, leaving the racing line. That won't
And Ferrari
do the floor of the
overtakes
car
someone,
any
kind of.
good at all.
And we get back onto the range of Charles Leclerc.
And reminder for recharge. Recharge on.
Let's see how long Petit can stay ahead of Van Dorn. I'm guessing not very long. I'm getting Luca Badoa vibes, but 2 of them. And there we go. Van Dorn is through already. Let's head back to Oscar. Max still running in P5 with another mistake somewhere.
Let's have a
It's
look
a Ferrari mistake.
Right, let's have a look here as we go into turn 8. And the car
He kind of
just
got away with that. He
locks.
didn't lock up
Just
too
unable
badly.
to do much about
But
it.
ran wide, gets going again before his teammate comes through, because his teammate's even slower than he is. My tyres are overheating. Yeah, I'm not going to be on these tyres for very long. I'm well within my tyre tolerance at the moment.
Tyre management.
I'm just getting these mediums out of the way early.
Yes, DRS.
I mean, I could, theoretically, let me actually check. Get off them really early. Like that. I think I probably will. Box George on lap 15, I think.
Pack is high.
You can see how hard Leclerc's pushing his tyres to try and stay ahead of us. And our tyres are still better than the other mediums as well, apart from, well, just behind Logan Sargent. Ocon has rejoined the... well, no, he's still in that group, isn't he? It's Norris now, about 5 seconds behind. Norris does not have the pace to close the gap back up. At least not at the moment, anyway. Are McLaren going to regret choosing Renault engines this year? Because they are going to be down on power compared to last season.
It has DRS.
Right, we're going to brake.
Good.
Because we've got the DRS. There we go. Let's see if we can break away from Leclerc here. Let's get George pushing up to put him under some pressure as well.
Yeah, Roger.
And we made a really strong start to the championship last year, and then started to fall away. Let's see if
There was some tyre feedback.
that happens again this year.
Tyres are good.
This is the season that we really do need to start investing in the facilities more. Because we still have quite a fair few bits at rank 1. I think our car part test centre, suspension simulator, CFD and wind tunnel are all still level 1. We've only just got up to level 2 with the design centre. Level 2 factory is fine, don't need a level 3 just yet. But we desperately do need to start boosting the other facilities. In particular the car part test centre and the suspension simulator, I think. Because our suspension is really bad again this year. George goes through. Gets all
This is good.
excited.
So Piastri next car.
And we have left Porsche, Verstappen and Ocon behind. And this is where the McLaren Renault may struggle without the DRS. We'll see. I think Porsche is pushing as well, trying to close back up. We can't get the definitive breakaway that we would ideally like because we're on mediums against soft tyre runners, but we're doing a decent job.
Gap 0.8. He has DRS.
Recharge on.
And Porsche is closing in on the back of Charles. Almost dropped Leclerc with Russell as well. Almost. Can we get that last little bit here? And there we go. We've got him into the DRS. And now, hopefully, we should be able to stretch away. Let's go rarely defend.
Okay.
We don't need to take any risks.
And let's let our drivers start swapping places. Porsche has got past Leclerc and is still pushing to come after us. He's got back in the range as well.
Recharge on.
Yeah.
Evening, Rinketic. Happy Christmas to you too. I will not be streaming Christmas Day, but I will be streaming Christmas Eve and Boxing Day. So just going to take Christmas Day off. Same drivers? Yeah, we have to wait a little bit. Oh, Oscar gets A little aggressive with George there, pushes him wide. Pourchaire's up into second. Max into fourth. Leclerc has dropped down to fifth now. And Max has gone into our DRS as well. We have to wait a little bit, unfortunately, to replace George with Antonelli because Antonelli started the contract. It's too close to having signed that contract still. But at the first available opportunity, we will be promoting him up over George. And George will be leaving the team.
Currently P1.
Well, if we don't see you, happy birthday for you for Boxing Day. And if you do want to see, if you can't make it and you do want to see what you missed, the replay will be available as always. So Pourchaire leads. Max in fourth and Red Bull down in fifth and sixth now. Big gap though to Norris.
Use overtake.
Oscar coming under pressure from Verstappen. Okay, it's a little bit more competitive than I would like, Max.
Still plenty of opportunities.
Car behind is off call. Recharge on.
Copy.
Overtake is available.
Russell gets back into P1 temporarily. I don't know if Oscar's going to get the DRS. I think he's just going to miss it.
Overtake available.
Copy.
I think Leclerc's going to be boxing very soon as well.
Recharge on.
Copy.
Remember recharge.
Copy.
Keep your head down. Verstappen behind. Charge the pack.
Yeah, Leclerc's tyres struggling. The Ferraris eating their tyres as well.
That's currently P1.
Look how far back they are. 7 seconds back to Van Dorn. And then Murray another 4 seconds further back.
George, recommend we start bringing the battery pack up.
Start getting some battery back in the car, ready for when we make our
Behind now, Verstappen.
switch onto softs. Tyre wear is still more than okay. And who will be the first driver to box in 2027?
Copy. That was a nice move.
Yeah, good job. Currently P1.
No, it won't be us. It'll be somebody else. It'll be the first one into the pits. That's what I'm curious about as to which driver is going to be the very first pit stop of 2027.
Ocon has DRS.
We've let the Red Bulls get back in. Norris has closed up a bit as well. Mainly because we've been slowing the pace down at the front. Pourchaire gets pushed onto the curbs a little bit there, trying to find a way through and not being able to.
So we roll.
Look good.
Leclerc
And
to
it's Charles
split
Leclerc is the first car to box. Did wonder if it'd be him. He's going for another set of softs. It's a quick stop. That's a very good stop. We might see a Ferrari in this lap when they eventually get round to the pits. Oh dear. Charles Leclerc comes out behind Lance Stroll in front of Daniel Ricciardo.
How's the tyre doing?
Front left struggling a bit.
Focus on recharge.
Copy.
And there we go. We have got a Ferrari in the pits. Petit is in for another set of soft tyres. And after just 13 and a half, well, nearly 14 laps, he is now a minute, albeit with a pit stop, a minute behind the lead. His teammate 46 seconds off the pace. And it's half a lap down.
He has DRS.
Okay. Yep.
It's just increased LICO.
Copy.
A whole bunch of cars coming into the pits now.
Overtaking is very, very.
The second Ferrari's in. See what Ferrari mechanics are like. Competent enough. So, we're looking at some pretty quick times.
Awesome job, mate. Currently P1.
A couple of 2.0s in there, 2.2s, 2.3s, and a 2.4. We should be able to beat those. You know, the 2.2s, 3s, and 4s. 2.0s, I don't know. Hopefully. Here goes Porsche. Max coming in as well.
Verstappen is pitted.
Box.
Yes, box.
Solid stop. Not quick for Williams. Good stop for Sauber. Gasly's coming in as well. Let's see if Williams can do a better job with Pierre. Nope. The wheels went on quickly. Everything else kind of fell apart a little bit.
Yeah, he did get DRS.
Yeah, understood.
So we're probably going to come out behind Verstappen. As in we come. Oh, it's a bad first stop. No, we're definitely coming out behind Verstappen now.
We must be so far behind now.
4.1.
Apologies.
And who's that having an issue in the pits?
We're busy on exit.
Look at this group coming through. We might have just got out in front of Sargent and Verstappen. Maybe even Leclerc if we were lucky there. New fastest lap for Alex Albon.
So Valtteri car behind.
Yeah, copy.
So Sargent yet to stop. Sonoda yet to stop. Ocon and Piastri also yet to stop. Oscar coming in this lap. Ocon may go another one. He is going another lap. In comes Yuki behind us. Let's get a better stop for Oscar here. 2.1. It's good enough for some points. For now. Decent stop there. Fastest lap for Charles Leclerc. Through he goes. And Oscar will come out just alongside Logan Sargent. Gets the move done. Holds up George in the process.
Next car is Verstappen.
Sargent is a car behind.
And they see 2.1 as the fourth quickest stop so far.
Tyres in a good window.
Copy.
George gets up the inside of Logan and has the DRS now as well.
Come on!
Nice work. Next car, Piastri. So gap ahead 2 seconds. Overtake is available.
Key thing is to keep the tyre in good shape. Keep the tyre in good shape.
And now we're going to go on the offensive.
Use the overtake button.
Because we have lost a fair bit of ground to Charles Leclerc and Porsche.
Temperature's okay. Copy.
Out of the way, Max. Coming through. Up the inside. Get the power down. And we are through. 5.5 seconds to go to get back onto Charles Leclerc.
Well done, Oscar.
George into the DRS now as
You
well.
are P5 currently. P5. Car ahead is Leclerc.
So Norris has caught and passed Ocon. Has Norris stopped yet? No, Norris hasn't stopped yet. His tyres are at 60%. Is he going to one-stop this? I wonder if he's going to one-stop it, you know. And is this Ocon into the pits? Yes, it is. So, yellow flag.
debris.
It's an Alpha,
And here
not an
we've
Alpha,
got a
an
yellow
Aston.
flag.
That's an okay stop for Ocon there, not amazing. Iwasa in the Sauber just clips the back of the Aston there, sends it careering off.
It's not going the way the team...
That'll be a penalty for Iwasa. And Albon. No. Yeah, Albon has dropped down a few places as a result. Logan Sargent in now. Ocon comes out in P8 ahead of Valtteri. Got a nice little lead to Valtteri, actually. There's a penalty for Iwasa. Doesn't take long.
Nice job. It's currently P5. So it's
Decent stop.
so happy to drop lift and coast.
You're thinking about doing a challenge to try and win the World Championship with a female driver. Yeah, there's some to choose from. Are you going to go for an original female driver, or are you going to go for one of the new gens? Because if you go for a new gen, you can cheese it in the first season. Just picking a 5-star female driver. But if you want to try and go down the proper route, then you're going to have to wait a couple of seasons, because there won't be any that are F1 ready in terms of super license. I think Sophia Flörsch would need one more season, from scratch. Not sure. She might be eligible. Abby Pulling, I don't think she would be eligible in the first year. We've got the gap down to 4 seconds now to Porsche and Leclerc. Norris's tyre is still in excellent shape. His pace is suffering a little bit. He's lapping
currently P4.
considerably slower than us. If you split the difference between our two drivers, because they're overtaking, then you're talking 2 seconds a lap slower.
Yeah, straight behind.
Oh, Abby Pulling is ready in the first season, is she? I didn't think she would be, but there you go. Oh, her stats are going to be low, so you're going to have to train the crap out of her, but she's young enough. Max gets past George.
We got Sonoda.
Now he's having a look at Oscar. Let's get some battery back into George. Just realised I haven't turned on.
George, recommend we start bringing the battery pack up.
Yeah, 60 rated. Like I said, her stats will be low.
Use overtake.
But she's young, so she'll have a very high development rate, I would imagine.
Recharge on.
I think she's still very high now for me. She's 22.
I think there's still opportunities here.
So, quick update. It's McLaren first and second, although Norris is yet to make his first stop. Oscar gets pushed way wide there by George. Leclerc in third, right on the back of Théo Pourchaire. Then Max in fourth. He is going to be a threat again this year, it would seem, if Williams can keep developing their car. Then we are fifth and sixth. Seventh is Ocon. Eighth for Tsunoda. Ninth for Valtteri. 10th for Sainz. Yeah, Norris, the only driver yet to stop. Then Zhou Iwasa with a penalty served at his next pit stop. The two Haas cars of Lawson and Perez, Gasly P15, then it's Albon from Stroll, Ricciardo from Van Dorn, Sargent, and then the two Ferraris boiling away in obscurity at the back of the grid, now 20 seconds behind Logan Sargent. And our tyres are in excellent shape. We could push them, and we will push them, just not yet. Let my drivers get themselves back into peak confidence again. You were not pushed wide, Russell. You did the wide pushing.
Yeah, copy, we saw that.
Recharge on.
You need 2 new drivers. Red Bull got Piastri, Mercedes got Sainz. Both of your drivers have been poached. Oh, that sucks. Who have you got in your academy that you could look at maybe promoting? Anyone ready?
Your recharge on is good.
And Norris finally stops. He's still had a little bit of life in those tyres, I think. Could have maybe gone a little bit longer. You've got Antonelli. Oh, yeah, there you go. Antonelli. Stick him in the car. If you can get Pourchaire, put Pourchaire in alongside him as well. Then you'll have 2 very talented young drivers with plenty of potential. And they shouldn't be too far away from each other performance-wise either. As a driver lineup, I would love to have is Antonelli and Pourchaire. God damn it, Russell, you were not pushed wide. Stop bullshitting me.
Hey, I saw that.
Pack is high.
Pourchaire already has a seat. Well, yeah, it doesn't mean you can't try and sign him. How expensive would he be for you? He and Antonelli would be an excellent combination that would last you for years, assuming you can keep hold of them. Oh, he's not interested. Oh, well, that's a problem. Is he not interested because it's too early in the season? Are you on a race weekend? You know, there's multiple reasons why he might not be interested. If it says he has a negative outlook on your team, then yeah, you're shit out of luck. All right, we're off. Oh, he's just got a new contract. Well, where are you in the season?
Currently on target.
Behave up.
Max sets the fastest lap. He is cooking this in this new Williams, isn't he? All right, we need to up our pace a little bit then.
And happy to pick up the pushing level.
You're almost halfway through the season. You might be able to offer him a deal, unless he's signed a contract to start next year. Yeah, wait until Spa. Have a look at Spa. But if not, yeah, maybe Behrman. Antonelli will kick the crap out of Behrman. Depends on what you want to do. Do you want a talented rookie, or do you want an experienced pro? You could go with someone like Valtteri, and then instead of putting him in driver development, put him in car development, and he would give you a huge boost in car development because of his experience. And he would be a very useful benchmark to judge Antonelli against. Wouldn't be cheap though, in terms of salary. Anyone worse than Bottas is not going to hold up well against Antonelli, I don't think.
Recharge on.
New fastest lap for Lando Norris, a 133.2. Forgot to see, what tyres did he put on? Soft, so he is two-stopping. He has to stop again. Alonso's a free agent, and so is Valtteri. Well, dealer's choice then. Whichever you can get at a better deal. Alonso is more likely to degrade than Valtteri. He'll have higher expectations and he's older.
Use overtake.
Yeah, copy.
Be nice to get past.
Copy.
Time running all good so far.
Gap 0.8, he has DRS.
Yeah, copy.
We have overtake available.
Starting to close that gap back up to the front three now. Turn the tyres back down. They are getting a bit too hot now. As you can see, we've got a little bit of wiggle room on these tyres, so we can afford to eat them up a little bit. Tsunoda running well in 7th place right now. Comfortable lead over Lando, thanks to Lando's very long first stint. I'm expecting him to push pretty hard on this next stint. Try and close that gap. Oh, Porsche getting run wide. Getting run very wide. And he loses out to both of us. And might yet. He's still running wide. He just gets back on in front of Ocon.
Good job. Verstappen just ahead of yourself.
And immediately has to go defensively. Try and keep Ocon at bay. That slowed down his acceleration out of turn 15. So he's out of DRS range. And Russell's into the lead. Piastri gets past Verstappen.
Nice job, mate. Sweet.
Good job. Nice.
And now Piastri swoops on through into second, and we are back at the front of the grid. Very nice. But it's going to be tight. It's going to be tight, this race. It's not going to be a cakewalk, I don't think.
This car is Russell.
Had to push the car there to catch back up, despite having better tyres. And we're about to lap one of the Ferraris. You can see it just in front of us.
Recharge on.
There it is. There is Petit. 17 seconds behind his teammate, who's 18 seconds behind Perez. Perez himself not having a great race. He is 16 seconds off the back, but has he stopped a second time? He has. Oh, so is Petit. Max for the podium. Could be. Leclerc's going to be having to stop soon, and he has to go on to at least medium tyres.
Recharge on.
May even go hards. He does not have long left on that set. This might be the lap he comes in.
Charge the pack. Push and hold it, overtake.
Be a hell of a return to form for Verstappen, wouldn't it, if he gets on the podium today? After the disaster that was last season, finishing bottom of the driver standings with just 2 points.
Has DRS, 1 second.
And it would be another challenger for the Drivers' World Championship, potentially. Again, depending on how well Williams can continually develop the car throughout the year. And that is Leclerc going for another lap. I thought he was about to peel off into the pits. Got to be careful this lap. You know, his tyres could puncture if he doesn't ease his pace down a bit.
Okay, we don't want to lose too much time.
Imagine if Max wins the title in a Williams. Yeah, I mean, it's not like at the end of season 2 where we had the monster regulation changes that massively upended the grid. We're a season away from that, and they had an abysmal year last year, but they have got good testing allowances this year as a result, and that could be key.
John is good. And a reminder for the recharge button.
As Ocon now gets in front of Charles Leclerc. Tyres at 29%. If he's really unlucky, he might puncture his tyres on a curb. Into the pits
Leclerc's just pitted.
for Charles Leclerc. Now, is he going mediums or is he going hards? I would imagine he'll go mediums. And he is going mediums. It's not impossible. If he really hammers these tyres, he might go for a 3-stop. And right now we have a very healthy tyre advantage over Ocon. Porsche has got up into 4th place again. Max down to 5th now. He's still in the mix. Oh, and there's a Ferrari.
Okay, we have blue flag.
There's a Ferrari in the way. There's one way to observe a blue flag, isn't it? Just.
We've got a yellow flag here. Now we should be able to take a look.
I've got to laugh at Ferrari because I might cry otherwise.
And round they spin. And that certainly wouldn't have been in their plans today.
Next car is Russell. 0.4. There are opportunities ahead.
Now we're in a more comfortable position. But we will probably end up running longer, which means we'll get undercut. So we'll have to fight our way through again. But we should then be in a very strong position to go on and 1-2 the race after that. Pit window is starting to close, starting to open. Getting close. It'll open up for Oscar next lap. The lap after that for George, I think.
Ocon is behind. 2.5. No half done.
Battery comes in.
George recommend we start bringing the battery pack up.
Wasser's going to be coming in soon to serve his penalty. Sainz in as well.
Very, very difficult.
Deep breath. You're going to be okay.
Ah, Valtteri. Another mistake
Now
for
we're
Van
through
Dorn.
the last turn here. And there goes the steering.
That's his second
And
mistake
hopefully
in the
there's
race.
not too much damage
He had
to
that
the
early
tyres.
lockup, which dropped him behind the Ferrari temporarily. Albon's coming in. He has really fallen away. Down to just 77 overall now, I think. Same as Van Dorn. He is no longer a driver who would achieve anything. Right, we've got the gap up to about 3 seconds over Ocon
So
and
Piastri
Porsche
has
now.
got
Norris
0.4.
close behind. Verstappen has now dropped off the back of Norris. It's a quick lap for Norris last lap, 133.
We are
Really pushing those tyres, look. And when you consider how long he went before he boxed, his tyres are now worse than ours. As Max comes in for his second stop. Now, is he going softs or is he going mediums? He's still got a way to go. He could take softs. He is taking softs. And that makes me wonder if he's three-stopping. Van Dorn now down to just 23% on his tyres. We might yet see a puncture.
Just give us some feedback on the tyres.
Yeah, he gets into the pits before that happens.
Next guy's Piastri. Gap ahead,
We've opened up the gap to 5 seconds over Ocon and Porsche now. And this is because our drivers are not fighting each other when they're swapping places. Because we've got them in low defence, whereas Porsche, Ocon and now Norris are all squabbling for position. So they're driving defensively, they're taking tighter lines into corners, so they're slower in. They're taking defensive lines coming out, so they're slower out of the corners as well. And we're just after you. Let's save the last of the fuel now.
More lift and coast.
We are going to stretch this set of tyres a little bit. Stroll and Joe are both in. Nose to tail. It's an okay stop. It's decent, but they had to wait to release the car. Iwasa serving his penalty. Always get that weird slow motion wheel change on a stop like that. He will get out just alongside or just ahead of Van Dorn. And both Ferraris have been lapped. Mori just rounding the final turn now and is immediately diving into the pits. Ocon's in. Soft tyres for Ocon. That'll be him to the end. Currently, we have one car in the top 10 in 6th place. Ferrari might not be able to score actual points, but they can at least score points in the pit stops. They've got a decent pit crew. Norris now up into 3rd, ahead of Porsche and Tsunoda. They are 7 seconds behind us now.
So next car will be Piastri.
Max has stopped. Leclerc has stopped. Ocon has stopped. Oh, and a lock-up for Teo.
Here we are, we're looking at turn 11.
And that, I think, has just ruined his chances of a podium.
Struggling with the car. By that point, it was just too late.
There we go, he's lost six plus seconds to his teammate now. In comes Tsunoda. Porsche is also coming in this lap. So he will get an undercut on a couple of cars. Decent stop for Yuki. Oh, that was a good lap. A good stop there for Porsche. He needed that. George getting his elbows out a lot. Complaining that he's the one getting pushed wide and then pushing other people off as well.
Gap 0.8.
Carlos Sainz for the new fastest lap at 1:31.2. And a lock-up for Perez.
Now this is Sergio Perez. Nothing at this point. Oh, and the car locks up. And they ended up their
That's a
own
big
passenger.
lock-up. Into pits for Sargent. See if Alpine's crew looks decent again this year. Yeah, pretty decent. Best stop so far is 7th with Zhou, 2.099. Quicker than us again, but we still have another couple of stops to make.
0.2.
I like to do right here.
Got the gap up to Norris to 8 seconds now. Norris might stop before we do at this rate. Box George this lap. Box Oscar next lap.
Box.
Copy, box.
Box this lap.
Copy, box.
There is Leclerc coming up to put that lap on the Ferrari again. The corner must be loving this. Gasly now up into the points. He gets past Valtteri. So the Sauber pace has slipped a little bit as the race has gone on. Gasly starting to get the most out of his Williams. Although he does need to stop again. That is, yeah. So that will drop him back out of the points then. But Max is definitely able to kick on as the Ferrari gets lapped. And in comes George. And we get a good stop for George. Yes, 2.018. Is that the quickest?
So it could be traffic on exit.
It might be. Petit comes in for his stop. We are coming out in 4th place. 6th place.
Currently P6. Verstappen just ahead of yourself. Gap ahead 1.6. It's Tsunoda, next car behind. Gap behind now 5.2.
Push now.
Norris still has to stop again. Not worried about Norris.
The light goes slightly.
But Leclerc, Ocon and Max will be cars that we do have to overtake on track. Yeah, all three of them should be able to go to the end. Although Max's tyres at 77%, maybe he might make a final stop again.
Oscar, put that. Just stay close to him.
And a 2.02 for Oscar. 2 excellent stops. And here comes Norris. His extra stop. And he puts on those mediums. Decent stop. We've got the top 2 times. First and second.
You are P5. Okay, next car is Russell. He's 1.3 behind.
It's 19 laps to go, including this one.
Oh, we try and go around the outside of Max. And we pull it off. That was a brave move. That's so rare to see someone go around the outside like that.
We're happy where we are on tyres.
I want to see that move again.
It was George Russell involved. Can they squeeze by?
Lovely stuff.
Keep chipping away.
And now we'll go around the outside of Ocon and get the DRS. Strong finish to the lap.
That was a nice move.
And it wasn't purple.
Good job.
131.6.
Currently P2. So Leclerc car ahead.
131.2
4.8.
is the quickest lap. We'll go again with George. Hopefully he's got enough battery. And see what Oscar can do.
Gap 4.5.
Still plenty of opportunities.
He's going to catch Max in a similar place to George. Is he going to do the same thing? Nope. The George is almost on Leclerc already.
Lovely stuff.
Well done,
Lovely
good job.
stuff indeed.
And that is P4, Oscar.
And that is
Ocon.
the DRS now on Ocon. And Russell has the DRS on Leclerc to close out the lap. And this time he takes the fastest lap. 1:30.8. Oscar's going again. Going to calm down George now.
Charge the pack. And we'll be cooling the tyres.
Coming. Come on!
Nice job. Currently P1.
We are currently P3.
As Gasly finally makes his stop. He's down in 14th, 15th. He's dropping a bit now. Cars go through.
Car behind is now Ocon.
He'll be putting on a set of softs, I would imagine. Should be quick. But he has dropped all the way to 20th. Look. Stayed out too long on those mediums.
Keep your head down. Then behind that is Piastri. Behind 2.3. Nice job, really nice job.
Ocon runs out of... sorry, Oscar runs out of battery.
George recommend we start bringing the battery pack.
But he does get the fastest lap. Just... That is so tight. Look at that. He took it by just 35 thousandths of a second from Russell.
Coming. And recharge should be on.
Lift off end of straight.
I think it is going to be us and Leclerc on the podium. I don't think Max is going to have the pace. I mean, he might be able to beat Ocon for fourth.
Next car is Russell.
But I don't think he's going to have the pace to contend with us. And even though Leclerc's on the mediums, I think he'll have enough to stay ahead of Max. We have a yellow flag. A spin.
Yellow flag there.
It's Yuki. Yuki Spinoda.
Sorry, mate.
And just like that, the hopes of the team start to dwindle.
Love the casualness of that. You know, sorry, mate. Whoopsie. Sorry about that, old bean.
Next car is Russell.
So let's take a look at the pit stop standings as they are right now. We have the top two times just by 1,000th over Ricciardo. Look at that, Mercedes. They've got a shit car, but they've got a good pit crew. A really good pit crew.
Happy to use the tyre more now.
Could be a very interesting season as things progress. If Sauber can make the same sort of step forward they made last year, they could bring themselves up into regular points contention early this year rather than towards the very end of the year. Red Bull are strong.
There's still opportunities here.
McLaren are strong. Williams, at least in Max's hands, are strong. Can they sustain that though?
This is good.
And who knows what the fuck's going to go on at Ferrari this year. Look how far behind Mori is behind Gasly. He's 50 seconds behind behind Gasly. That's an utter disaster for Ferrari.
There are opportunities
we are going to have to really dig deep into the driver market in a moment and see if they do even have any affiliates. They might not have any affiliates either. And if that's the case, then the team must have gone bankrupt.
I like to do right here.
Piastri car behind.
Okay, maximum pace.
Got a really healthy tyre advantage right now. This is why I think Max, maybe even Porsche and Tsunoda might be stopping again. Just because their tyres are down to 60% already, and there's still another 13 laps, well, 14 laps to go after this one. No, it'll be 13 laps after this one. We are yet to see Perez make his extra stop. He is on a 3-stop strategy. Petit is on a 3-stop, but that's because his tyre wear is abysmal. We'll let Charles go through if he can, so we can get a bit more battery into the back of George. There he goes.
Pack is high.
Copy.
Two McLarens now running in tandem after that big lock-up for Porsche.
Okay, we don't want to lose too much time.
Next lap we'll look at breaking away, I think, from Charles, now that his tyres have just dipped below 60%.
This is good.
And there is Perez in for his final stop. Onto a set of softs. He could be quick, might yet be a threat for the fastest lap. Just simply because his tyres will be fresh and he's got less fuel than we had when we set ours.
Overtake is available.
Okay, use deploy.
Copy.
There goes George. Let's wait an extra lap
Currently P1.
for Oscar. Give George a chance to open up that gap first of all.
Copy.
And now we'll go with Oscar, now that Leclerc doesn't have the DRS.
Copy.
And hopefully we'll be quick enough to actually break the 1 second before the end of the lap.
Feel okay so far.
I don't think we will be. Maybe. Not quite. Not quite. Norris pulling away from Porsche. Gap to Verstappen down to 9.5 seconds now. Now we'll be able to break away from Leclerc.
Okay, Leclerc is the car behind. He's 1.3 behind.
And there is Max going around the outside into turn one. Had to back out of it. He'll get the DRS, so another chance here on Esteban Ocon. Sonoda has caught Porsche. Those two nose to tail. And there we go. 2-second gap now to Charles Leclerc, and that should be all she wrote now for this race for us.
Let's get into the tyre cooling, please.
Yeah, coming.
Albon's in, so a 3-stop for Albon. Not quick, not going to trouble us.
Okay, recharge on. .9. Still plenty of opportunities.
I would tell George to back off. Because he won't be in the team for very much longer. Sainz and Stroll also 3-stopping. That was just a perfunctory stop. I don't think that's going to really challenge us. I don't think that will either. Not going to check the leaderboards. We'll wait now to the end of the race and see. Let's focus in now on Verstappen as he fights with Ocon for P4. Now that Leclerc is isolated as well, there is a chance that these two might be able to haul him in. They are both on softs and they have got more grip available than Leclerc. They may yet be able to get that gap down, and if they can get the gap down so they get into the DRS range, all bets are off for Leclerc finishing in third. It could be, you know, any one of the three of them. It's all I can say is it won't be a McLaren. Norris is too far behind and not quick enough to catch. Let's get Russell out of the dirty air.
And if you can just cool the tyres as much as you can.
Coming. Alright, copy that. What is going on with the temperature?
Starting to see signs of some overheating.
We're going to get Oscar to look after the car now as well. Avoiding the curbs. Just bring it home. Need to break that DRS to George.
Overtake available.
Yep.
Oscar, suggest reduce a bit, lift and coast.
Copy. Copy.
We want good pace.
So we need to introduce more lift and coast.
Okay.
So Oscar, we can look after this tyre.
Copy. Let's go flat out.
There we go. And we can look after the ERS as well.
Recharge on.
We're not going to need that. We'll keep an eye on the gap to Leclerc. And they have caught him, look. They absolutely have caught him. So it is game on for the podium in a three-way shootout here. Soft tyres for Ocon, soft tyres for Verstappen, medium tyres and more worn medium tyres for Charles Leclerc, who will join us on the rostrum. Ocon has moved through into third. He might push the pace to the back of George a little bit more. But he's going to have to defend against Charles. Charles, for all his forward aggression against his teammate, has got to watch out for Max behind him as well. Verstappen just keeping a watching brief right now. And the gap to us is coming down.
Charge the pack.
Yep.
George recommend we start bringing the battery pack up.
Copy.
Leclerc back in front. Ocon trying to immediately go back through again. And does so. And Max is in a bit of a rough spot here because his tyres are not as good as Ocon's and he's stuck in dirty air right now. So they'll be degrading a little bit quicker. Lawson makes a very late last stop. We won't lap him. He'll be too quick on those tyres.
5 to go, including this lap.
Yeah.
They are nearly new. They'll have done one lap in qualifying. There is Oscar. There is George. And there is Verstappen, still keeping that watching brief. We have that 7-second gap. I don't think they're going to catch us now. And Verstappen having a look at the back of Esteban Ocon, trying to find a way through. But I mean, he struggled to get past Ocon when it was just the two of them. Now Ocon's got DRS from Leclerc. Now I think it's going to be pretty much impossible for Max to get past him. I just don't think there's quite enough pace in that Williams to overcome the Red Bull, despite Max's best efforts. What chance the Red Bulls having a coming together here as they squabble.
That's 4 laps to go.
Coming.
And this might be a chance on Leclerc. Leclerc didn't get the DRS, Max did, but Leclerc had that slipstream. Tyres are becoming an issue for all three of them. And Norris is actually closing the gap up a bit. Porsche's got back in front of Tsunoda and has pulled the gap a little bit. Bottas a long way back now in ninth, 24.5 seconds off the back of Yuki. Keeping Zhou at bay. Sainz trying to get into the points. Has the tyres to do it. Is lapping quickly as well. 1:31.3. That's only a couple of tenths away. Actually, no, I think it's about a second away, isn't it, from the fastest lap? Half a second away. It's only half a second off the fastest lap at the moment. There's still fights to keep an eye on. So we have 3 laps to go.
3 laps to go. 3 laps.
Coming.
And Verstappen now just about struggling to stay with them. He's hanging on at the moment. Zhou is closing in on Valtteri. Sainz is closing in on Zhou. Iwasa's not too far off, but Ricciardo is there as well. Given how bad Mercedes' car was at the start of the year, they've improved it for them to be running where they are right now. The driver's obviously helping a little bit, but Ricciardo no longer a really good driver. He's just a decent driver now. Leclerc still refuses to give up on getting that podium. Can those tyres hang on? Look at them. %34 left. They have dropped Max.
That's 2 laps to go.
It's going to be a Red Bull, I think, on the podium. It's just a question now which one it'll be. It's still an excellent result for Verstappen, though. That'll be 10 points if he finishes in 5th. That's 5 times the amount of points he scored all year last year in the first race. That's pretty handy. And he's managed to get himself back in DRS range. And now Leclerc is vulnerable. Could Max yet get up into 4th? Ocon's breaking away. Leclerc's isolated. So I think Ocon is staking his claim for 3rd. So now it's become a battle for 4th. Sainz has caught the back of Joe and passed him and is now all over the back of Valtteri. We still have one more lap to go as well. Ocon has broken clear. Nearly 2 seconds up the road now. That is 2 seconds now, and here comes Verstappen. Here comes Verstappen. He gets through, and he gets the DRS as well. Has he got enough to go chasing after Ocon? I don't think he does. But he will be able to leave Leclerc behind here. Leclerc's tyres barely hanging on now. Sainz has caught and passed Valtteri. And Valtteri might yet lose out to Zhou as well. Can Alpine steal that point away from Sauber? He's going to take the position away at the start of the final lap. But Valtteri will have DRS to come back at him. Leclerc has been dropped by Max. Ocon is broken through. He's really pushing hard. Look, he's got the gap to Russell down to less than 5 seconds. Max is looking like he's going to hang on for fourth. Sorry, it's not over yet with Charles Leclerc. Sainz is free and clear in ninth.
Happy with temps.
Yeah, copy.
Valtteri is exactly where he needs to be to try and take the place away from Zhou. Piastri wins. George is second. Ocon takes third. Max is going to hang on for fourth. Leclerc fifth. Can Valtteri get back in the points here? Does he have any tyres left? He doesn't. He doesn't have the tyres left. It's going to be heartbreak for Valtteri. Norris takes P6. Pourchaire in 7th. Tsunoda will get 8th place. Sainz is going to take 9th for Mercedes. A great result considering where their car was on January 1st. And Alpine are going to get a point thanks to Zhou Guanyu at the expense of Valtteri Bottas here. Both Ferraris, the only cars lapped. They finished just 3 seconds apart from each other and over a minute behind Perez, who stopped 3 times, let's not forget, as did Albon. Is this George's final outing? Will he be back in the car for Jeddah? I think he might be. But what a great defence start to a title defence there for both the team and for Oscar. Pretty comfortable win in the end.
Now, wasn't it an excellent showing from Oscar Piastri?
Incredible. That was a really well-deserved win. They got their race strategy absolutely spot on.
The team has been waiting patiently there, and you can see just how much it means to each and every one of them. With such a strong performance from Piastri, there's no denying that he's earned that place on the podium today.
And that's excellent, seeing both the team's drivers up there on the podium together.
And we've certainly kicked things off in style, here at the Bahrain Grand Prix.
Not going to get ahead of myself because I think we did this last season as well. We started with a 1-2. And then our pace fell away very quickly.
I think they'll be feeling in the team garage at the end.
The car is definitely in better shape this time around.
I doubt they could be much happier. A win and a podium place. What a great way to round out the weekend.
And there's a lot of yellow inside that garage.
For this weekend's action here in Bahrain.
In the next round, we head to the shores of the Red Sea as Formula One returns to Jeddah for the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix.
So we have got some housekeeping to do before we end the stream. Let's start by confirming the final results. Oscar with the win ahead of George Russell. Oscar also getting the fastest lap by just 35 thousandths of a second. Ocon takes third. A brilliant result for Max. Fourth place, that's 12 points, 6 times the number of points he scored all season in just the first race. Leclerc, having been such a threat in the early part of the race, had to settle for fifth in the end. Lando in sixth place went for a very, very long first stint, which probably hurt him more than it helped him. Porsche, that mistake cost him, dropped him out of contention for the podium fight. Yuki Tsunoda gets a point, gets points for RB in 8th place. Sainz gets that Mercedes up into 9th place after what was an abysmal looking car at the start of the year. And Zhou Guanyu takes the final point at the expense of Valtteri Bottas, who drops down to 11th at the start of the final lap. Iwasa up 8 places to take 12th. So Sauber looking pretty good at this stage of the season, certainly better than they were this time last year. They could yet kick on and do something impressive this year. Ricciardo up into 13th place, getting 3, just outside of Iwasa there, couldn't quite get him. Then it's Stroll in 14th. 15th was Stoffel Van Dorn. 16th for Gasly. The other Williams not looking so good at the moment. Max definitely the decisive factor there. 17th, for Liam Lawson. 18th for Logan Sargent, the other Alpine having a bit of a miserable race. 19th for Albon, very disappointing Grand Prix for him. 20th for Perez, again, not a good race for him. And then the two Ferraris, what can we say? The only cars to be lapped finished an eternity behind Sergio Perez, and look at that. Their best lap for Masao Mori was 3 seconds slower than Perez's best lap. 1:35.0 and 1:34.6 for Sylvain Petit. So driver standings, same as the finishing order. It's 26 points for Oscar, 18 for George, 15 for Ocon, last year's runner-up in the championship, and Max 12, Leclerc 10, and then the McLarens and so on and so forth. The constructor standings then, it is us with 44 points, taking the maximum points this weekend. 25 points for Red Bull, McLaren picking up 14, Williams with those 12 points thanks to Max. RB have 4 points, and Mercedes with 2, Alpine with 1, Sauber are 8th, then 9th is Aston, 10th is Haas, and 11th, and likely to stay there for the rest of the year at this stage, is Ferrari. In the pit stop competition, we got the 2 quickest stops there, just 1,000th quicker than Ricciardo's stop to hang on to second place. An excellent start there, maximum points for us. Really good showing for McLaren as well, as they get both of their cars right up there in 3rd and 4th. Haas getting some good points early doors with Perez there. Both Red Bulls getting some decent points, so 14 for them. They will outscore Haas. Then Ferrari, good quick stop, 1,000th quicker than Porsche. Alpine getting the final point with Zhou. And look at that, the slowest stop was still just under 2.1. All top 10 stops in the 2.0 range. And there you see our stops. We had a 2.13 as our first effort for Oscar. A terrible stop there with a stuck wheel nut for George. But the second stops coming through and helping us get that 1-2 there. So in the standings, it is Brabham from Mercedes, then Red Bull, Haas, Ferrari, McLaren, Alpine. Then it's RB, Kick Sauber, Williams, Aston Martin, and that's it. That's the top 11 there. Both of our drivers get their payout. It's a little bit better than we were getting before, so 1.95 mil added to the bank balance. And we have another spare suspension ready. Right, let's go straight to the driver market and let's see, do Ferrari have any reserves whatsoever? No, they do not. Ferrari do not have any reserves whatsoever. So they are potentially bankrupt, which is why they've got such rubbish drivers and no affiliates. And it looks as though, Alonso has officially retired. So Hamilton now the oldest driver on the grid at 42 years. Well, I say on the grid, in the pool at 42 years old without a drive this season. Probably won't appear again. He may well retire at the end of this year. Perez, the second oldest, with Ricciardo and Valtteri Bottas tying in 37 years old. Then Magnussen, again in free agency. See, if Ferrari had any kind of money, they could have retained Hamilton. Even if they couldn't afford him, they could have afforded Magnussen. They could have afforded Hirakawa, Giovinazzi in free agency. Fittipaldi, maybe. They could have promoted one of their reserves, but just no money. Schreiner is also in free agency. Stroll was free agent from over there. Mick as well, another driver that could have been approached. They are completely skinned to have such terrible drivers and no affiliates. Finances must be really dire at Ferrari. Really dire. Let's get into the inbox. The cars came through completely unscathed, which is nice. Did a little bit of looking after them at the end there as well. So that's all good to see. In the F2 and F3 results, let's take a look at F3. Let's see. Abby Pulling got points in the feature race and in the sprint as well. So good start for Abby Pulling. I don't see Tommy anywhere. Where is he? There he is, 27th in the feature. Where did he finish in the sprint? 29th in the sprint. Yeah, Tommy, his hopes of a racing career pretty much done. I mean, we fired him, and we were only using him as a development driver in the second half of the year. Let's take a look at the F2 results. Let's see how Christian got on. 16th in the sprint and 19th in the race. Yeah, Prema, not the team that you would expect them to be at the moment. They are struggling. Right, what is left? We've got 2.3 mil parts. Let's go to car part development, manufacturing. I've got plenty of underfloors coming. Got the side pod in there. I don't have enough to get another part going yet. I need 3 mil for that. So let's take a look at facilities. That's close to breaking or downgrading. So if we can save up 10 mil, we could maybe drop an upgrade on that, or maybe just refurb it for the first part of the year and then upgrade it later in the year. Car part test center also close to going. That will be a lot cheaper to upgrade. 6.75. That's more viable. Suspension simulator is fine, as is the wind tunnel. Team hub recently upgraded. That will cost us 3.5 mil to go up to another level. The race sim, desperately want to get that upgraded. That's a 5 mil upgrade. I'm not bothered about the scout department. The boardroom, don't care about that right now. The hospitality area, it'd be nice to get another level on that. That's 2.8. Memorabilia room is maxed, as is the tour center and helipad. They're fine. Weather center doesn't need another upgrade for the rest of the year, I don't think. So we'll hang on to that cash for now then. Let's check in with the board. Disappointed with finances simply because we started the year in debt. March, we picked up a little bit of debt, briefly. Thanks to manufacturing, I think. but they are delighted with objectives from last year. They're delighted with race performance for this year. So that's all looking lovely jubbly. We're going to get 5.5 mil from the board each month. And getting rid of George will also help improve how much we actually do get from the board, because we've got two quite expensive drivers at the moment. We're paying 21 mil a year for George, and Oscar is earning... How much is Oscar earning? $20 million a year. So, yeah, we're paying out 41 mil just for our two main drivers. It's going to be a lot less for Antonelli. Can we now offer him a new contract? No, we still cannot offer him that new deal. So we're going to have to wait till at least Melbourne, I think, maybe. That's a bit frustrating. All right, how long have we got? 4 days. All right, we will advance time 4 days. Well, we'll go 1 day. Start a new week, see if that makes a difference. I don't think it will. New ATR is available. Still don't have the finances. And has it made a difference? No, it hasn't. Still too early for Antonelli. So we'll push forward. That's our first underfloor, I think. Maybe the second. Let's have a look. It might be the second, actually. No, we've got 1 of 4 done. So we will have a new underfloor for Oscar. Let's install that now. Again, not worth a lot in terms of speed, but speed's not the biggest issue for us. It's downforce. So there you can see that has improved car 1 in terms of downforce. Now everything in the top 10, subject to change as parts may need to be switched out and upgrades might yet be brought to Jeddah as well. And there we go. We have reached where we need to be. So actually I'm going to go back like that, because I didn't realize we were actually on race day. Let's refit the underfloor. There we go. So there's the difference now between the two cars. That underfloor has actually made quite a nice little improvement. Not just in terms of downforce, but it's also pushed us up to second quickest in speed. So that's quite nice. Our dirty air tolerance is still very, very strong as well. Somebody has got better tyre wear than us. I wonder who that is. Let's take a quick look as well, because I'm curious as to just how much of an improvement some of these teams found. So Mercedes, still really slow in terms of speed. 22nd, that is the slowest car on the grid for Ricciardo. Let's look at... there we go. Sainz has got the upgrades so far, and that is a big step forward for Sainz. Look at that. The speed's improved to 17th. Acceleration's improved to 13th. DRS 15th. But the downforce, look at that. They were 21st and 22nd in terms of downforce, and they are now mid-pack with that round of upgrades that they've fitted to Mercedes, to Sainz's car. The dirty air is still an issue. Higher wear and is still an issue, but they've made some big improvements in terms of grip through the corners. So that will do them good and will help them to move back through the order. Let's take a look at that Williams. That's Gasly's car. Max's car looks to be the same. It is. So, yeah, mid-pack or upper mid-pack for Max there. 9th in terms of speed and acceleration. Not great DRS. Pretty bad in the downforce. But I'm betting Max is pretty happy. We still have a scout report for Max. We do. His overall mentality is negative. So he's a bit miserable still, but he's not completely demoralized like he was last year. That will improve his stats a little bit. So you can see he's back up to 91 in the cornering, 93 in the braking. A little low in the consistency and racecraft in terms of adaptability. His reactions are dulled a little bit as well, but he's still a very potent driver, and we saw just how good he could be in a semi-competitive car in that race. Be a different story in Jeddah, very different track characteristics, but Max is on his way back up, it would seem. Will he threaten us for the rest of the year? Kimi Antonelli is an 87 overall. I can't wait to get him in the car. He's now just 1 overall lower than George Russell. He will save us a bunch of money throughout the season as well. We could probably keep him on $5 million a year. Just change his race seat. We shall see. Might want a bit more than that, given his ranking and rating now. But there we go. That is the end of episode 1 of season 4. Our first race is done. We have a good car. We have maximum points so far. And now we just need to start focusing in on making some decent improvements to the car, but focusing primarily on getting those facilities up to snuff, because they are not great. And while other teams will have better facilities, at the moment, I'm guessing, at least in terms of a few of them, they are in bad need of repair. Once they get those repaired, they are suddenly going to start finding a lot more with each car part development that they do than we are. So, yeah, that is something we are going to have to try and focus on this season. Hope you've enjoyed tonight's race. Hope you like the new livery, the new driver overalls, the branding for the team. If you have enjoyed tonight's race, please do drop a like. I will be back at the usual time tomorrow for round 2. Tomorrow is Boxing Day, so I will be streaming from 8 p.m. as normal. I will not be streaming on Wednesday, on Christmas Day. I'll let you spend time with your friends and family, but I will be back on Boxing Day on the 26th, on Thursday, again at the usual time, 8 p.m. And then we shall see where we go from there. I may do a weekend stream to make up for it. I haven't decided yet. I'm also going to try and spend the next 2 days just recording a ton of content for the new PC channel. I'm hoping to get that dropped, at least some of it on Christmas Day as a little Christmas present for you guys. Maybe some Indiana Jones footage. I'm looking forward to getting my hands on that game. So there will be something coming in the next day or two on the PC channel. Maybe not tomorrow, in terms of Wednesday, because it's technically Tuesday now. But definitely something coming in the next few days. And then I'm hoping for a big content drop in the new year for the PC channel as well. So again, you can find the link to that in the About section here on this channel's page, as well as the link to my Twitch profile. In the new year, I am going to start streaming daily on Twitch during the day. So hopefully I'll see some of you there as well. But if I don't see you tomorrow, have a good Christmas. And I'll be back with more F1 Manager very soon.